Hello everybody, I'm Purblind Gamer, and I really need a haircut. But I have for a good couple months now, or more. And after another week I should be able to get one safely. Knock on... If you knock on cheap pressed wood, does that mean what you said won't come true? Oh well. Knock on broken pop filter. Yeah. That's luck. Welcome back to my humble Twitch channel, where I spend half my time making mistakes with computers and half the time playing games. Yeah, sorry about the unfortunate incident that happened at Short Horror Saturday yesterday, whereby someone's computer updated, I won't say whose, and they tested their stream before they noticed the update and got rid of it. Yeah. And so they didn't realize that their microphone settings were ruined, and so they spent 2 hours of their short stream muted. At least everybody could hear the game. Yeah. I don't know who did that, but they should learn to clean up their act. Moving on from the horrific, or if not horrific, ghostly and slightly startling, we return to the ghostly and incredibly humorous and piratey. Yar. Because we will be continuing Redjack, Revenge of the Brethren, which is a very fun game. Maybe not quite as funny as Monkey Island, but hey, it's got full 3D graphics, first person, spans 3 whole CD-ROMs, and frankly is fun, and not too hard thus far. Now I imagine on the 3rd CD-ROM, which is where we've just reached, they'll really ramp up the combat, because it hasn't been used extensively so far, and they went to all the trouble of programming it and teaching us combat and using cannons. Yeah, we may find ourselves in a naval battle today. I don't even know. And we'll finish Redjack. I'm sure we'll finish it today. And then depending on how late it is and what people are feeling, we may go ahead and jump into Sam & Max Season 1, which is the follow-up to Sam & Max Hit the Road, which I played a couple months ago. Though I think 13 years elapsed between them. But if it's half as good as Sam & Max Hit the Road, I'll certainly enjoy it. So, we'll go ahead and... Hey, Backlog Cabin! Good evening. Thank you for coming by. Oh, everybody, please go check out Backlog Cabin. He's a really cool streamer and plays a lot of fun games. Everything from RPGs to retro action games to original hardware. And sometimes has a toad in his stream too. Yeah. I was watching Seeky Wisdom's stream the other day, Backlog, and he was he was fighting a boss fight against 2 giant toads, and I was like, hope Backlog Cabin doesn't see this. Oh, Bayonetta. Nice. Oh, that's right. I did catch some of that stream. Oh yeah, my pleasure. I hope your weekend's going well, Backlog. I'm going to vanish for a moment because I have to unplug my webcam and plug in my CD-ROM drive. Yeah, apparently computers don't come with CD-ROM drives anymore. It's a thing. Yes, Cuphead, that's right. Which looks like an incredibly fun game. But I haven't played it yet. I know it's also frustratingly difficult. It certainly looks it. Or who knows, maybe it was One Frog and One Toad, like an Arnold Dobell book. Since I do love old cartoons. There we go. That's woken it up. Yeah, talk about one of the most original, like, aesthetics in a game. Just autoplay. And let's say DX Wind is a wonderful program. A second camera? Yes. Well, what it is I have the one I'm using now is built in to my laptop, which pretty much all the laptops have these days. And the other one I usually use is an external USB webcam that I got. You know, it does look, the picture quality I think looks a lot better, and you can get them on sale at Tiger Direct for $20 sometimes. So most of the time I use that, but since my computer has limited USB 2 ports, and I need one for the mouse and one for the Blue Yeti, that means the other one is whatever. And I got a CD or USB splitter, but it's not a powered one, and some of the unpowered ones are pretty much useless. It can handle a keyboard and a mouse, but not much else. It's like, CD-ROM drive? I can't handle that. Like, get over yourself, USB splitter. You know who can handle themselves? Pirates. I mean, if they're good pirates. Ha! USB is so vague. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's pretty much... I almost think of them as either USB 2 or USB 3, because the USB 2 can handle all the old USB stuff just fine, as far as I know. Ah, yes. So to bring us up to speed, we are Nicholas Dove, and through a bunch of tribulations, we ended up joining a pirate crew to get our older brother off our case and keep the hot babe who we're in love with and we think is a Bioshock 3 XP from repossessing our house. And you still use USB 1. I do too for a lot of devices. And we joined this pirate crew, and we found the secret cutlass and pistol of the dead pirate Redjack, guarded by a friendly toothless ghost. And we may be the reincarnation of Redjack, who died and put a curse on his treasure. Anybody who found it would be cursed, unless he knew who of his brethren had betrayed him and led to his death. And yeah, we might get to that treasure eventually, but we went sailing with a pirate crew, and at our first port of call, the captain was ambushed and killed by these black-robed assassins who have been trying to kill him and also us, after we met with a mysterious fortune teller who told us a great deal about our lives and who we were. And we were framed for the captain's murder, possibly by Bone, the crew member who hates us and pretty much everybody else under the sun. We had to get the jailer drunk and sneak out and gun down a bunch of English soldiers with a rapid-fire musket that has great aim. This game is highly historically accurate. And, oh yeah, and we helped a Spaniard escape from the jail and then promptly used him as a meat shield. Because, hey, he's not the protagonist, we are. But then we were shanghaied by Bone and a couple of other crew members, and they held a maritime trial for us, which was completely fair. The only crew member who spoke up for us was Anne Sullivan, who is quite an attractive young fellow. And in fact, not a fellow at all, but a girl undercover as a pirate. So when she tried to speak up for us, Bone really revealed that she was a woman, and it's bad luck to have a woman on a pirate ship. So the only solution was to kill us. And the rest of the crew was like, nah, that's a bit much. Let's just maroon them on a desert island. Yeah, since they still think I killed the captain and ate his arm. If I recall correctly, That's where we pick up. Oops. How merciful, exactly. I mean, it's better than hanging us, I suppose. All things considered. What a maroon, right. What a marooning, technically, but... referential license. You already copied your fat files onto my hard drive so that you could run faster. What are you doing it again? Help yourself to the whole hard drive, why don't you? All 1 terabyte of it. I'm sure you can fill up 1 terabyte off of your 3 CD-ROMs. Games take liberties. Well, at least they work good in Windows 10. And, with the help of DXWind, run perfectly in a window. Watch it crash just to spite me. The writing's really fun in this game. Voice acting is pretty good, and the characters are, suitably kooky. Not ridiculous, since it is, fully 3D and they want to look good, but they definitely don't adhere too much to realism, and they try and have fun. I mean, the premise is pretty wild. Peach cast. Yes, I too sometimes put peach on my fishing pole and try to catch fish. Actually have a half-empty bottle of rum in the closet, which I could drink, it being a pirate drink, but I would set a terrible example. I'll drink cheap malt liquor instead. Ugh. Bruise this stuff. Should try sprinkling in a little paprika, see if that helps the flavor. Themed drink. Right. Tempted to drink straight rum. Maybe make up a Redjack drinking game. Drink every time you die in a combat scene. Drink every time you're like, wait, what's happening? Hello, Sullivan.
Do you want to go up there?
Prohibition piracy. Right. Do you want to go up where?
This seems to be the place where all paths meet. It looks like we can head up the side of the mountain if you want.
Oh, okay. What's up there? It's not the mountain. Wait, is it? I kind of like how it zooms to the next location instead of just fading. Which I think is what Mist did. Is that a... Oh. She's following us. Let me know if the volume is alright. It ought to be. It's over there.
Won't budge.
Nothing's that easy. We've got to get off this island eventually. Did you have work this weekend, Backlog? I know sometimes they schedule you for work. What's that? Couldn't say.
Do you want to go up there?
Yes, I do. Ah, you got back a couple hours ago. Now that's nice that you're done for the day. So used to looking over at my external webcam that I forget. Webcam's right here now. Using your phone as a second camera. Yeah, it seems like that should work. I've never tried to use my phone as for Twitch-related stuff. Yeah, if you have a good enough smartphone. Oh yeah, since you got off work today, it's better to just relax after work. There are two faces. Before there was the Matrix. That was pretty cool. So, what I'm picking up on here is booby traps. Oh, and that's... We dead. Death seems so quick. But at least somebody found our body marooned on the island and made us a nice gravestone in ink that didn't run. What's this? I can safely say I have no idea. Many ways we can go. Yeah, pretty much. Only path is towards those totems and booby traps, it looked like. I wonder who the natives of this island were at some point who set these things up. 2, well, it looks like there ought to be 4. I don't know. What's that? Just plants. Plants and ruins. I thought I saw the cursor change for a minute. Okay, so that was it. When the mouths are closed, no darts fly at us.
Won't budge.
That's the entrance to something.
Thank you for that pearl of wisdom, Sullivan. I never would have figured that out. Simple. I don't know if this level is a puzzle or if it's individual puzzles. Because there are a reasonable amount of puzzles in the levels, but... or the different locations, I guess I should say, but this one, since there are no characters, it seems a bit more puzzle-focused. Not much.
I guess maybe I need to stand on the other side, so you can shift those gems around too.
What is it, a slider? I mean, not slider, but... what gems are you talking about? Well, that did something. What was it that made that thing? Oh, that's a figurine. Maybe this is. I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, shoot, I see. So that's me. And that's Sullivan. And we're tiny. Ah, I see now. The light-colored ones are gems. Is the idea to get all the gems? Oh, okay. So some of them must be colored. One jewel. Now I need... Let's... Okay, so the third jewel on each side is dark colored and really well camouflaged, therefore. Nice. She's got 3, but now we have none. She's still in the second one. We're making progress. At least I think I know what to do now. Rats.
Look above the archway, behind me.
Oh, we got him. Did we?
That must be the pattern we need to match.
So, we got all the jewels, but...
Nick, I think you should solve this problem and go inside the mountain.
Okay. Is this one of those color puzzles? It looked like the gems were different colors, but they all look really light colored here. You get all the gems?
Won't budge.
Okay.
Nick, I think you should solve this problem and go inside the mountain.
I think you're right. I'll work on that. And maybe you guys can tell, are the gems on that archway different colors, or are they all the same color? Because maybe the colors only determine how far up or down the other pedestal moves. Excuse me. In which case, all we have to do is middle on this one, middle on the left empty, and the second on the right empty. And both the bottom ones empty. I guess when we got all the gems, it reset the puzzle. Because okay, we have to take out one of the gems on her side. Yeah, exactly, backlog. Like, who put this? Was this Redjack's doing? This is some impressive technology. Probably some magic involved here. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that one causes too broad a movement. There. in there. So assuming the colors aren't important, Nick's side is done. Just need to get Sullivan up to there. Now she doesn't have the jewel. One goes there. I think the top's empty. Yes. Shoot. Freaking maneuver her. Or maneuver him to be back there when she's holding the jewel. Yes. No. Damn it. She had the jewel. No, that's the wrong space for that jewel. feel like the jewels are... It must be the color. Indicates how far they move up and down or something. That one's supposed to be empty, right? Yes. Is there not a jewel at the top one? Did I mess that up? That's the dark one. There's one there, and there's one there. This side, there's one there, and one there, and one there, I think. Now, there's one. They must have stuck one on the bottom, on Sullivan's side. That's all I can think of. Yeah, that's not good. It seemed to have stopped last time right before the hardest puzzle thus far. There was one stashed in the bottom. Okay, good. We know that. She's got it now. Yes, I'm aware that's the one that is supposed to be empty. Now, let's see. We're supposed to have that. No, he's got one. Okay, now I've got to get him back to the top. Is that it? I keep losing track of which one is holding one and which one is inserting one. Maybe impossible to resolve it from where I am now. I'm not certain. So the dark ones, send them down. Is it not quite halfway, or one more than halfway? Or is it just a quarter? The dark ones send them a quarter. Or a quarter total, so I guess halfway. No, that's right. That's the one. Full, empty, full, full. Empty. That's it. I reset it.
Nick, I think you should solve this problem and go inside the mountain.
No, I'm trying to. I just want to get a closer look at the arch again. I'm pretty sure that they're all light-colored. Yeah. But I had the right order memorized. I just need to. And the color is only, I assume, determines how to, like, how far up and down each one goes. Yeah, backlog. I mean, details are somewhat hard to discern, and it's also, I only see in black and white. So that's why I'm hoping the colors aren't important. And I can just try and figure it out based on position. Because if this is Oh, yeah. In everyday life, it's a minor thing, the whole seeing in black and white thing. Basically only comes up in computer games. Yeah, 99% of the time that's the place it comes up. But, yeah, we're supposed to have a gem here, a gem here, a gem here, and then a gem here, a gem here, a gem here. You know, I may look at the walkthrough. Because I probably could solve this, but it could take me an hour. I guess I should be sure. Like, when I was looking at the key on the archway, it didn't show the colors, did it? It's like the colors don't matter for the solution. Here. That's what I'm certainly hoping is the case. Like,
Nick, I think you should solve this problem and go inside the mountain.
why don't you solve it? You're the NPC.
Nick, I think you should solve this problem and go inside the mountain.
Shush, I'm just trying to get a closer look at the archway.
Nick, I think...
See, can you tell, are they all the same color up here, backlog? Or is it saying that the colors need to go in a specific order? Because that would be brutal. It's kind of nice playing these games, you know, so long after they're released, because there are walkthroughs out there at this point, if you have to fall back on them. Okay, so on that archway they are distinctly colored. Red, green, and blue. Ah, okay. Red, green, and blue. What a trio. So... it's on the left side, which is which? Yeah, it looks like there's some variation in light and dark when it's so small. And it does look a lot, if it's there, it's a lot subtler than it is when you're facing actual gems. Like on the left side, is that red, and that's blue, and the top is green? Red top, green middle, blue bottom. You know, I should write this down. Fortunately, I have notepads for days. Okay. And then what is on the right? Oh, right. Good point. I appreciate your help, backlog. Otherwise I would be definitely resorting to the walkthrough at this point. And on the right side, red, blue, green. Okay. Got serious. The music started. And what gem is this right here that I've picked up? Is that the green? Blue. Ah, okay. So blue is middle. And I'm guessing red is right, because that's darkest. So then green would be left. If this were one of those games that had a skip the puzzle button, I might press it. Goes to the top. Maybe this will make it easier, who knows? So green makes him move the shortest. Red makes him move. Blue makes him move the most, I think. Green is the most useful. It only makes them move 1 segment. Can't put 2 gems in 1 hole. Yes. Now, perhaps. Still. Right. staggered so that I can't. So I'll have to put the red gem in. And get them. The red gem at the top left. Yeah, and it's like when I do that, then she'll move, but while she's holding the red gem. So I can't get both the red gems in at the same time. Right. Yeah, that's what's so fiendishly difficult about this. But where she's standing now is where the blue gem goes. And she has the blue gem. Let's get her away from there before she grabs it again. Red, blue, green. So her side's done, but I'm sure it won't stay that way. Wait, this could work. This could work. Reds are in place. Right. What's that? Oh no, shoot. There's a blue on the bottom. I am making progress. I swear. I tell myself that. I swear that I tell myself that. She takes blue. Now he's where green has to go. Maybe we're close. Because then... I'm not being scientific enough on this. Let's figure out exactly how far blue makes you go. So he's at the second one now. So down, up, up, up. It's hard to count. Does blue make you go 3? Maybe it's green 1, blue 3, red 2? I have so many things to jumble in my brain at once. That's the same thing. Sullivan's where blue goes. Now Nick is where blue goes. No, Nick is where nothing goes. Get her down to green again. I don't have the gem. Yeah, I put it in the wrong place, didn't I? Where's that? Where? Wait, that's good, right? Now she's in the wrong place. So now she's where blue goes. Here's where green goes. He's where nothing goes. Yeah, he's where blue goes. She has blue. And now she's where nothing goes. She puts blue there. Will that eventually get them up to green? Yes. Oh my god. We did it. Wow.
I'm not going in there. I'll look for another way up. See you at the top.
There's another way up. There's no other way up. I've decided that. I'm saving. Really, thank you for your help. sure there's a death trap in here. Just listen to that ambiance. So weird. We're in third person now. That's never good. The logic. Yeah, well, the logic part took me long enough. Oh boy, a jumping puzzle. At least we don't. Go in quicksand. Or lava, maybe. Am I sinking? Famous last words. I'm even more impressed that somebody went to this deserted island on which I was marooned, found my charred skeleton in a pool of melted flesh floating in the lava, hauled me out, and buried me somewhere where it rains, with a gravestone. Very generous of them. Says, wait, am I sinking? Sinks into lava and gets burned alive. You could have just not let me do that, Redjack. The game, not the pirate. That death animation, yeah. Taken full advantage of the fully 3D environment to be like, let's make this even more gruesome than the cinematic platformers of old. Can I jump there? Just because the game will let you jump doesn't mean you should jump. Which I guess is kind of how real life is too. Want to get right down to it. Okay, if they're bobbing, they sink. And if they're on their side or whatever that is, they don't. That's my guess. Should be able to. Because that's the wrong angle. I think we're going to get melted quite a bit today. I guess you can't jump on that one, period. I'm only 17 years old. I shouldn't have to do this. I mean, I knew a pirate's life was dangerous, but this is a little more than dangerous. Foolhardy. cinematic parts and dialogue and stuff on the first 2 CDs. On the 3rd CD, they load it with puzzles. I'll starve to death on the island. I'm fine with that. Yeah, it doesn't line up very accurately. On the right track that time. Sometimes it's like one wrong move. That's the one that won't let us go any further. So this time I'll try and pay more attention to what is triggered by that pressure plate. It's like a regular Carl Lewis up in here. By the slab over there. questions about exactly how these things were constructed. Technology. It came up a bit there, so maybe if I could work my way back around, make that jump I was trying to make before. Or this way? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Thanks, backlog. Good thing they knew the part of the roof was going to collapse in that place and leave that opening there. We got that great foresight. Oh, let's save. Oh, mysterious symbols. Probably Phoenician. Yeah. Phoenicians aren't around to tell us that it's not, so. Wait, what? Okay. That's the lava. This is a rib cage. It's like that rope from level 5 of Ghouls and Ghosts, only in first person. Or the gauntlet from Hellcat, but we don't talk about Hellcat because it's god-awful. I did a good thing.
Won't budge. Won't budge.
So that shut off those things.
Won't budge.
Some kind of graphical distortion on the side. Maybe nothing. So what's the point of going here other than turning off the trap that blocked the way here? Oh, it opened that thing. Sweet. We haven't ventured up there yet. Dude, this really is like the gauntlet from Hellcap. Okay. Playing Tarzan in the lava caves. That looked vaguely threatening. Exactly. Can't tell exactly what's happening, but maybe it's threatening to crush me. Got this. I've lost my pistol at some point. It seems I was standing underneath it when I tried to cut it. I probably could have done that differently. Didn't save after the fire, did I? Oh well. Won't take us too long to get through again and see what's up this staircase. Instant death, maybe? Or a locked door. Okay. Through them when they're not spewing. That's a lot easier. We're already there. And suddenly find ourselves in a level from Doom 2. Funny how that works. Can I back up? Yes. We'll cut the vines when we're not standing under the 10-ton slab of rock. Yes, that sounds logical. If it will allow us to. Okay, so maybe not. I'm getting some trap vibes here. It looks like we're not under it now, are we? Can we cut it from this side? Maybe it was supposed to fall on us and the vines grew and sort of held it somewhat in place. Or maybe the vines are what always were supposed to hold it in place. I can't tell. I'm not a trap engineer. I mean, I could try. Uh-oh. CD-ROM was thinking, that's not good. Oh. Combat. Right, combat. Forgot that existed. How to do it. Don't keep us in suspense, Mr. Optical Drive. Did you already copy them all?
Won't budge.
Oh. I renamed it, but I didn't override it. Yeah. Yes, I know how to save files in Windows. Shut up, stone dragons. Large mystical skeletons. Get your hat out, Ray Harryhausen. He's sapping my energy, I think. Or something. he's not allowed to do that, but he does have powers that I can't even comprehend, so I'll allow it. This time. I don't really have a reason to take it. It's more like, this thing is here. I'll grab it. He'll be back. There we go. Pull yourself together, man. And I use the term loosely. Does hurt me when he shoots laser beams with his eyes. Yeah, it does. It is pretty neat, Backlog. But you're right. It's clunky, but it's a pretty cool idea. Like using the mouse to move and to block and that's it. Attack and having to watch your stamina as well as your life. Reminds me slightly of Punch-Out, I guess the arcade version, but I guess only because it's, you could attack from different directions, like with different hands. And yeah, and in 3D, and first person. There's a bunch of stuff like that. I remember that girl Joey was streaming some game. It's kind of similar combat, like it was a good bit older. Was it one of the Elvira games? I don't know, something Amiga, something circa 1990. There was some dodge mechanic they taught us earlier, but it was specifically when the enemy wasn't close to you. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do when he's using the laser beams? I don't know. Or maybe if I just bring my sword high, that'll block him. See, with his eyes. We've seen it all before. Oh, I see. That's my stamina on the left, right. I think. I guess when he uses non-physical attacks, they can't be blocked, so I should just swing. It's worth a try. Oh, I'm off to a wonderful start. F bar. That one thing does drain your stamina, which regains fairly quickly. It's like you gotta be ready to slash as soon as his eyes start to glow. It's pretty cool. Stay dead. He has a limited set of moves. Okay, at this point there's gotta be a trick to this. correcting so often. I wonder if we're supposed to crush him with the stone. If I could just find an opportunity to do that. That much to defeat him compared to the other combats we've run into so far. But I think he resurrects at least 4 times? And I don't see any other thing to like interact with while we're fighting him. Slab down, it might give us some advantage of terrain, but it's either that or crush it with it, I think. One step forward, we would get squashed. I try and cut it from here that time I got squashed? I don't think so. It's only on the one side, right? Maybe it swings down as opposed to falling straight down. If it swung down instead of fell, then if we cut it from here... not possible. Okay. I'll fight, giant skeleton, ancient god, whatever he is, and really look for something else I can interact with this time. It's not, him. Or maybe he does have 5 lives, who knows? He's missing me or hitting me, and sometimes it doesn't make a sound. It did look at first like there was a hand. Tough break, yeah. Like the cursor changed to a hand for a moment. One of those battles, yeah. That's why I feel like there's gotta be a trick to it. Okay, I'll try clicking off of him when it looks like the cursor making me the option to do so. And if I use up one of my potions, I can just load. Should have been more assiduous about trying to figure that out earlier. Is there anything else here? I mean, I got the thingamabob. I believe that's the archaeological term for it. Pretty spectacular death. And we'll never enter there again, because I am saving. You knew I was holding that thing. It's a very smart slab of rock.
What took you so long? You look a little pale.
Are you like superhuman or something, Sullivan? Have you been holding out on me?
A fight? With whom?
A skeleton.
A skeleton? But you took care of it, apparently. Shall we look around up here?
Yeah, let's. Oh, it's a gong. I think that noise actually was in the game. I mean, in the game world. Not sure exactly what we're looking at here. Stakes and weavings. Is that a ladder? That's a chest. Locked.
What did you find? What did you find? A pirate's treasure chest! Are you going to open it? We must have missed it. We'll have to look around some more.
Is it possible this is the cursed treasure? The one that we really shouldn't open? It seems like a possibility. There can't be that many pirate treasures around here. I mean, how big are these oceans? Yes, that's bamboo. At first I was like, is that human bone? Not much. This little observation tower that I can see. Let's look around down here some more. that Redjack's corpse? I think it is. Maybe not Redjack, huh? Captain Justice, who's definitely
Enter.
framed for
I am Redjack.
pointing us
Must
towards
be
him.
clever. Many men have died on this island. I would have expected nothing less of you. But to business, I haven't much time. The reunion of the Brethren is only a few weeks away, and I still don't know whose dagger is in my back. You see that Justice has joined my crew. That means there are only 3 of the Brethren left. You are the one who can find the traitor. You are now entitled to a share of the treasure, and you are charged to avenge me. Now go. I can't keep you here any longer. It is dangerous for the living to be here at all. But I have almost forgotten the most important thing of all. My daughter, Anne. I tell you only this. Protect her with your life. Now wake. Unless you be doomed to sail with us forever.
I think I'll wake.
Nick! What happened? You blacked out on me for a minute. Look at your arm.
That was not there before.
Nick, what happened to you? What did you see? Do you think it was his ghost? I didn't see anything.
I'll have to tell her something. She's been looking for her father.
My father? What about him? Redjack? My father? He's dead then. I can't find him. I can't tell him. And someone murdered him? That means part of this revenge is mine. Nick, I need to be alone. I'll catch up with you in a minute.
Understandable. Did we get the key or something? Was that what it was? Yeah. I guess we should open the chest. He did just say we were entitled to a share of the treasure.
You know who this is, don't you? It's Redjack, king of the pirates. He's guarding the treasure from his last great heist. After all we've heard about him, there he is.
Just in case we hadn't figured it out. What's this? Well, I don't know. We have the key. Let's open it up.
What did you find?
A book?
Well, hang on to it. It may come in handy later. Now let's try to get back down to the beach.
Oh yeah, let's go right on back through that temple, shall we? Hey, can we read the book? Map of Redjack Island. And come back I will 17 years from this day, I swear. Journal. Oh joy, handwriting. Actually, this is pretty easy to read. September 16th, 1694. Every time the lash bites into my back, I vow to kill another one of these Spanish bastards when the time comes. Days here move like a barnacle on a ship's hull. It seems like I have always been a slave on this ship, even though it has really only been a matter of months. If it wasn't for Marquez with his constant plans for escape, I would lose my sanity. He sits beside me at this oar every day, sweating and miserable, just like the rest of us. But his mind is elsewhere, plotting to make us free men again. This time, I think he has an idea that just might work. November 21st, 1696. Days of plunder and war. What more glorious pursuit could men ask? Gold coins spill across my deck. My new ship is quick and deadly. My crew equally so. I am now known to the frightened as Redjack, the scourge of the Caribbean. According to legend, I drink Spaniards' blood and feed on their children. Marquez is my right-hand man. After our escape from the Spanish, we vowed to become just what we are, kings of the ocean. My men, Justice, the ex-Royal Navy captain, Rockfish, the philosopher, and all the rest could each have been a great pirate captain in his own right, but they choose to sail with me, bound by the oath of the brethren. Even the lad Edward, young though he is, shows great promise. We have sworn to fight, quarter, neither asked nor given, and to take everything the enemy has and leave them dead or broken. January 4th, 1698. We arrived in Charleston last night, our hold full of goods for the nobles of this port city. They love us. To them we are the dashing renegades of the seas. One lady in particular has drawn my eye. Unfortunately, she's married to the governor himself. I fear that I have compromised her with the rash words I whispered in her ear. She is so beautiful, June 10th. We were forced, because of my foolishness, to leave Charleston in rather a hurry. I have made an enemy of the governor and an adulteress of his wife. I promised to go back for her after my desire for Spanish blood is sated. April 14th, 1699. I acquired something today from a very unlikely source that is the answer to my problems. I have a map of the Spanish fortress city of Cartagena. Unbelievable wealth lies in the storerooms of Cartagena for 3 months out of every year. This is one of those months. Every pirate worth his salt dreams of emptying the storehouse of Cartagena, and I have found a way. The map shows an old tunnel that starts outside the city and ends in the treasure rooms of the Viceroy's palace. We sat down this evening, Marquez, the clever planner, Justice, the military tactician, and Rockfish, the gadget man, and we finalized our plans. We sail for Cartagena at dawn. If we succeed in this, not only will we crush the heart of the Spanish nation by emptying their coffers, but we will go down in history as the greatest pirates the world has ever known. I am shocked by the letter I received from Charleston today. Apparently, the beautiful lady has had a child. The husband suspects the bairn is not his. I must go back to Charleston and get them both. Annabelle and my daughter. She didn't say what she named the child, only that she has my red hair, my green eyes, and my quick temper. April 29th, 1699. My plans have gone so awry, I scarcely know where to begin. We took the treasure according to plan. Armload after armload of gems and gold from the Viceroy's treasure hoard. I can't believe that in the end, I was defeated by one of my own men, an unknown traitor in our midst. But there is no other answer, no other way to explain what happened. The Spanish ships were waiting for us as we made to sail away with our heist. There were so many ships, and what seemed like 1,000 men. We sent many of them to meet the devil, but also lost most of the brethren, including my dear friend Marquez. That is one more blood debt I owe the Spanish. I myself took a musket ball to the chest, only a flesh wound. Not one of us was untouched. We finally got away, sailing blind into the night, unable to navigate. We sighted a small island at dawn and came upon it soon after. But as we were prepared to anchor and go ashore for food and water, a horrible creature rose from the sea. It was twice the size of the ship, and formed of sea slime and tentacles, which it wrapped around my ship in a deadly embrace. It resembled nothing so much as the Kracken spoken of in old sailors' tales. Several of us, having escaped the tentacles and a sucking whirlpool of the sinking ship, swam ashore. I stood on a rock and watched my beloved ship, and the greatest treasure ever known to man, pulled to the bottom of the ocean by a great beast from hell. I can say, though, that I would rather the sea and that creature have my treasure than the Spanish. Great brethren are now penniless maroons. What will become of us? Oh, the Kraken destroying the ship. May 14th, 1699. My wound is more grievous than I thought. The doctor has done all he can for me. I know that I will never leave this island alive, but my eternal sleep will not be without nightmares. I will dream of the day of my vengeance upon the foul traitor who caused my death. This is a strange place that we have landed. The men have found an old place of worship and some relics. What connection these things have to the creature who now has my treasure, I cannot say. I've begun to see and hear things made real by my dying mind. There are old ghosts here. Perhaps I will join their legions. With all the rage of my being, I curse the treasure and charge you, the slimy god of the deep, to guard it until I come back for it. And come back I will. 17 years to this day, I swear it. These be the final writings of Captain Redjack, who breathed his last on this 14th day of May, 1699. We, his brothers in crime, do hereby witness this document and swear it as a true record of events. We lay him out on his pyre in full uniform and burn him not in anticipation of his return. We each swear an oath on the blood of our hearts to meet him here on the 14th day of May, 1714. No matter how far to the winds we scatter, in the meantime, he shall not be forgotten. Brethren, secret formula. Liter of rum, 2 fistfuls of saltpeter, 1 fistful of sulfur, 1 brick of charcoal, 1 tablespoon syrup of ipecac, a dash of pepper sauce, 2 cups of ale. Mix, hold nose, drink, vomit, repeat. Well, that sounds thoroughly appetizing. Yes. Alright. Anne said try and find a way back down to the beach. I wonder if that would summon the Kraken. Yeah, I don't think we're getting down this way. There's nothing else we can take from him, is there? I don't think so. What's over here? We're gonna have to kill a Kraken. Is that what's going on here?
Do you want to try the ballista?
Ballista. Never heard that term before. I guess it's a real thing. Seriously. What are we supposed to be aiming at? That term means. I mean, I think it's this sort of thing for lobbing cannonballs, like, variation on ballistic. But yeah, she seemed confident about saying it. I'm assuming it's a real historical thing. There are all kinds of crazy historical weapons. This one. This tower is here. What?
What is it, Nick?
Do you have hints?
I don't know, but there's nothing to see here. Keep looking around.
Okay. Yeah, we're not going back in there. I don't like that place. What if we have to? What was that game? Oh, we met Redjack. Maybe we can get out the same way we came? I don't relish it. Also, Sullivan's not behind us. don't, because I don't intend to go in there ever again. What's that other path? We started. Oh, maybe we can use the scepter to unlock it. I say scepter because I don't know what to call that thing. I know what that is. This game, it's impossible to get stuck for too long. Is that the Kracken? I think. It's an artist's rendering. Something. Yeah, I'm thinking there may be something unpleasant behind that door. Assuming that was a door.
My, what a big horn. Aren't you going to blow it and see what happens? It must signal something. There must be a piece missing. Maybe if we look around, we can find it.
Yeah, something. That's what worries me. So you know that Lovecraftian monster from the depths of the sea/hell that destroyed the ship and ate those men? Let's summon it. I mean, it's not like we're doing anything else.
My, what a big horn. Aren't you going to blow it and see what happens? It must signal something.
Yeah, unintentionally.
There must be a piece missing. Maybe if we look around, we can find it.
I feel like a fair amount of this game is kind of unintentionally implicit, like, okay, player, here's what's going on in case you missed it. Like, I know you went for the T rating, but trust me, I did not miss it. See what piece is missing. I don't know. Like she said, let's look around. Stuck in the wall here? Mayhaps. Rated T for Cthulhu. I like that backlog. I think it was rated T. I say that, but there has been some blood, some fairly gory death sequence and some outright blood. Maybe it was rated M. I wonder why. Oh, wait. studios and back. Weird that I remembered that. Anything here that we can take? What's that?
Won't budge.
There's something we haven't figured out yet. We need to look around. Maybe there's some kind of switch up here that opens the door.
Okay. I thought that was a switch. That's what I clicked on. Yeah, that's the other thing to click on. It could be that the horn is the switch. Stray cats in this neighborhood. And it doesn't look like anything.
My, what a big horn. Aren't you going to blow it and see what happens? It must signal something. There must be a piece missing. Maybe if we look around, we can find it.
Let's see if I can figure out what piece is missing. And then look for it. I don't know. Looks like it's the back end that's missing. Looking for either part of the horn or a switch of some sort. that. The edge of the chest. Okay. I keep coming back to this picture, suspecting there's something hidden here.
Won't budge.
Where's the key? Wait, did I just leave the key floating there? Madness. What's that? That's the key, right? Yes.
Won't budge. Won't budge.
Nice and safe. Yes. Eh. Impressive looking temple, but I would rather not be in here too long. So it feels so weird not to be able to look into these pots. guess that just is. Takes us back outside. There's nothing hidden around here, is there?
I say we keep moving.
So if we're going off the assumption that it's in this cavern, I don't see anything on the staircases that looks like the switch or part of the horn. That means it's either something down here with the painting or on the ground floor or up in the by the horn itself. Some sort of hint. Just the arrow letting me pan down. I've looked around from this position before, I believe. My gaze keeps returning to those pots. Find it soon, I'll take a gander at that walkthrough. Move my mouse out of the window. There. I think that's centered. Sorry about that. If we can't find... There's nothing up here that looks like a switch or part of the horn. Down there might be the remains of Redjack's ship. think so, because that was where his corpse was looking. If it's in this cavern, there are only so many places something could be. It's all just horn, right?
My, what a big horn.
Yeah, it'll summon Cthulhu. Hang on. I'm just gonna use the walkthrough. Which I had at the ready just in case. Kinda surprised I hadn't had to use it yet. Okay, we're right at the end of this level. The horn to the main horn? So it's something in this room? I'm right mystified.
My, what a big...
Redjack's diary. If anyone else sees anything I'm missing, feel free to let me know. Understanding there's another piece of the horn here. Just one contraption, right?
My, what a big horn. Aren't you going to blow it and see what happens? It must signal something. There must be a piece missing. Maybe if we look around, we can find it.
Be looking around. this long to figure out.
My
Well, that was unexpected. Crashes usually are. Fortunately, it is simple enough to restart. I think I saved fairly recently. Wait a second. All right. And we're back. Is this really the last time I saved? Oh well. It's quite easy to get through this way. I'll be back there in no time. Isn't anything else this way, right? We already explored this. Yeah, I think we did when we first got to the island. And that noise. If a piece of the horn is here, that's what's making that noise. Doesn't appear so. If I look around too much, the game is not quite sure what to do with the other characters. playthrough says combine the horn, which is actually just the mouthpiece, with the larger horn.
My, what a big horn.
That's the main one. That.
My, my.
And again I say, this horn is very visually confusing. Is there what looks like a smaller horn somewhere here? Save in case it crashes again. Floating in the air. Just fall off. Okay, I cannot figure this out. I want to see if I can find a gameplay video that'll show me where the horn is, because I've looked everywhere I can think of. So, I'll be back in just a moment. Don't go away. I'm sure it will get interesting again shortly. So there was something which apparently was really obvious, and I did not see it all at the very start of the level. Which, thank goodness, is just a 30 seconds walk from here. Like, seriously, thank you, game, for not having gigantic levels. Maybe I did see it and I totally forgot. This thing, which I couldn't tell what it was, but pry bar. Okay, I'm an idiot. With artifacts from a most amazing find. Wait. Here we are. Cedric. Hello, old chap. From the far ends of the earth. I am enclosing this letter with artifacts from a most amazing find. After drifting aimlessly for many days in latitudes where, as you know, I had calculated Atlantis to be, my crew and I stumbled upon this small island. We anchored far in the lee and rowed ashore, so as not to startle any natives. But we have found this to be the proverbial deserted island. It seems, however, that it was not always so empty of life. Apparently, this atoll was home to a maritime splinter of the South American Aztec nation. There was a gateway into the cone of a dormant volcano that we were unable to open, so we were prevented from exploring the upper bluff. We got in. We're smart. Which I suspect may be where the Aztecs actually lived. On the west side, we found a temple and altar dedicated to the worship of a deity that, judging from the depictions in the area, resembled the Kracken of Greek mythology. As you know, the Aztecs have an intricate religion consisting of many gods, but this particular one was heretofore unknown. Apparently ritually appeased by human sacrifice. It's hard to position this. This item enclosed looks to be the mouthpiece of some kind of horn. It was excavated from a spot near the beach in company with the bones, also excavated, also enclosed. Please see what you can make of these items. We will confer upon my return. We have found all we can here and intend to continue on to South America in the morning. I shall pass this crate I shall post this crate with a mail ship as soon as we meet up with one. Fondest regards. Somebody whose name I am not quite that interested in.
What did you find?
I found this thing in the crate.
It must have something to do with something else on the island.
Yes, thank you.
It says it was headed for a museum. I wonder if someone was trying to take the stuff off the island, and if so, what happened to them?
They got eaten. That's my best guess. Ugh. I can't believe I forgot that mysterious wooden thing. Just an ordinary crate. Let's summon a malevolent deity, shall we? Dusty. Kracken hungry.
I think we just found out what happened to all those ships that disappeared. It must be guarding the treasure. I bet it takes down ships that sail up from this side, even if there's no one to blow the horn.
Yep. We're on the same page. Okay. Hey, door's open. I'll save. I will never not make that joke. Is that... Okay. Manacles. This is where the human sacrifices happened. Here. Now, what is that?
What is it, Nick?
Give me a hint.
I don't know, but there's nothing to see here. Keep looking around.
I mean, it won't let us go back in the cave. Maybe we're done there. Temple, whatever it is. Nah, there we go. Now, it wouldn't let us go out here just for fun. I mean, unless it's just show off with impressive spectacle.
What is it, Nick? I say we keep moving. Let's get out of here.
Yes, let's get off this deserted island. far side of that door. I assumed there was something we had to find out here. Was that it? something about returning to the beach. I think this is where. Use the torch on that fire pit.
What are you doing on this island?
Funny story.
Beautiful, isn't she? An airship. Experimentation, trial and error. I crashed 5 ships before I got it perfect. Now what are you doing here?
That's one way to avoid explaining how they had airships in the early 1700s.
I saw the smoke from your fire. Did your ship sink?
No.
Someone left you here. Are you a criminal?
Technically, I don't think piracy is a crime. To some, yes. Oh, right. I mean, falsely accused of the murder.
What were you accused of? Murder? Wait. Are you the one who escaped from Port Royal?
Wow, news gets around fast.
Well. Tell me what you know of Lantern Justice.
He's dead. Oh, that was an option.
So we heard. Killed in cold blood, just like the rest. And what did Justice tell you about the Brethren?
He said, "Oh, brethren, ain't ye happy, followers of the Lamb?" Haha, but no.
Who was?
Redjack. Oh, patch.
Redjack's dead.
Your point.
I can't help you.
Ah, yeah, the tattoo.
Where the hell did you get that?
The other world.
You've obviously been drinking, but I recognize this tattoo. It can't be what it is.
Well, it's true of a lot of things in this game.
That's a tattoo that I myself put on Redjack 20 years ago. I have one too.
Oh.
Yes, I do. Why?
Yeah, why?
Why do you want to see Blackbeard?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember why. Oh, right. Justice. Should we tell him about Anne?
Justice should have taken his own advice.
Well,
I'm taking you to Blackbeard. If he doesn't want you, he can kill you himself.
hopefully he wants us. And we're back on disc 2 now. Didn't expect us to go hopping around discs. Shows you how often I play multi-CD-ROM games. Neat. It was here. Yes. So shiny. I wonder how many times this was played. If it was ever played. These discs are working great. And probably not much. You can't fully install this game. I think you have to run it from the discs. There. We may not finish this today after all. But we did make it through disc 3. Got that much right. Okay. Oh, we're back to this. You know, you could just copy your entire contents to my hard drive. I would be fine with that. All you need to do is ask. The CD-ROM's like, lol, I don't ask, I copy. Well, maybe somebody will copy you one of these days. I've got to stop talking to inanimate objects.
So you are right. Blackbeard came to see me once to ask his future. And I told him that it would take 25 bullets to kill him someday. He laughed and said, "Is that all?"
We'll go on up to the second floor and see who's around.
I wonder why the fortune teller's still talking to us. Because we already got past the part in the game where we met her.
I designed most of it. It's completely secure, unless you know the ways in. Of course, a place with only one way in or out is a death trap.
Is that he's holding a compass or something? We should save, shouldn't we? Yes, we should. We should always save. Charcoal. It's more like ravioli to me. No, that's charcoal. What do you think of all this, Anne?
It sure is nice to be off that island.
We're in agreement there.
We'll go on up to the second floor and see who's around. I've designed an elaborate rail system whereby we can send men anywhere in the fortress far faster than they could travel on foot. I'll show it to you when we get upstairs. There aren't many of us here, so we are always looking for efficient ways to cause mass destruction. I'm rather disappointed that we haven't been besieged so far. This place is pretty secure.
Maybe he'll get besieged soon.
You need to ask that question? You said yourself someone's trying to kill all of us.
Oh, right, I forgot. Them. So I just... I wonder what kind of technology this is. I guess this game is technically science fiction, as well as many other things. Fantasy, horror, piracy.
You'd better get busy if you want our help.
What? What am I supposed to be doing? Did I miss something? Am I, like, really tired?
It sure is nice to be off that island.
You'd better get busy if you want our help.
It sure is nice.
Oh, seriously, get busy with what? I see. That's how you control the elevator. There's a lever here. Ah, I see.
Here we are.
How'd you get here?
Well, I see this place is jumping as usual. Blackbeard hasn't talked to anyone lately. He's been stewing up in his office ever since we heard about justice. The storm will break before long.
My God!
I don't like the sound of him today.
Right now.
You think you can mix him a drink?
Well, I do happen to have a very deadly looking cocktail in Redjack's journal.
This is a bit of a test, lad. Don't make the mistake of thinking that Blackbeard's just a loud drunk. Many people have made that mistake. He knows you're here, and he probably even knows why. He astounds me sometimes. You'd better get busy if you want our help.
Does Blackbeard have some kind of mystical power? Is he a clairvoyant? Hello.
Expecting to see Blackbeard, are you? Don't hold your breath. I've been waiting for days.
Popular guy.
Nick, how have you been?
Oh, it is Cross.
You are the rabbit with teeth, my friend. They will bleed before they kill you. We are hiding from the Royal Navy. Bone tricked us into firing on an English merchant ship. In doing so, we broke our privateer charter, and now we are hunted criminals. They say we will hang in Port Royal before it's all over. Me, they want especially, a witch as well as a pirate.
Alright. You can tell the weather and other things. I'm starting to like Bone less and less.
With Bone as our spokesman, I think not. Blackbeard has compromised his security by letting us in here, and I fear that none of us will leave alive. Lyle thinks he will get in his good graces by winning the contest, and maybe he is taking the right approach.
Contest, you say?
You'll have to ask Lyle to explain it himself, if he can still speak English. I will speak with you again later.
Still speak English.
By God, Nick, it's damn good to see you. I was afraid that you and Anne might have died on that island. Felt like a coward for letting Bone maroon you like that.
You, sir, are a bastard and a lobster bugger. By my arse.
It was the least I could do. Didn't want to have to tote your dead body around. Them bastards always made me carry the corpse. What you doing here? That egghead? You seen that harpoon thing he built? He won't let anyone ride in it. Keep saying it's not a toy. Say, them bastards still after you?
Yeah, you could say that.
Mother bugger. They're gonna cut that arm right off ye. That's a mighty pretty tattoo, though. Don't you worry. They'll have to come through me first. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm busy. We can talk later.
Are you just, like, huffing a pot of cornmeal? I literally have no idea what you're doing, Lyle.
Hi, Nick.
Oh,
How's it
Sullivan.
going? Did you find out anything interesting? Well, so are you, I guess, since you broke out of jail in Port Royal and killed all those soldiers. They've got nothing on you as far as outlaw status goes. Well, you get on with whatever you're doing. I'm going to talk to Lyle.
In my defense, those soldiers shot first. Self-defense. Apparently, justice in the early 1700s wasn't always much of a stickler for things like, you know, self-defense. I like to think justice is slightly improved these days. If only slightly. How does one go about mixing this drink? Spider web. Mixing than brewing, but I'll allow it. I think that's become one of my catchphrases. No idea what that was. I'm thinking we're supposed to wander about collecting ingredients for the drink, as described in Redjack's journal. Where's old Bone, anyway? I owe him a bullet in the back.
If you want to see Blackbeard, you must make him a drink.
Okay. I mean... Oh, okay, here we are. Mixology. Saltpeter. Isn't saltpeter like what gunpowder's made of? Demon rum. That's what they used to call it in like temperance songs. The demon of rum is about in the land. His victims are falling on every hand. That's about enough of that. Oops. Liter of rum. Didn't have liters back then. This game is not entirely realistic. Creative anachronism. I'm starting to wonder if they even had airships in the 1710s. Know how. Am I supposed to mix it? Am I supposed to mix it? Maybe that'll. Yep, that's Ipecac, alright. Another thing I didn't know they had back then. So I got saltpeter. I need another saltpeter. Sulfur. charcoal in? No, there it is. I can't tell what that stuff is. What's that? Oh, that's for the saltpeter. Oh, that's a charcoal. I already put some in, right? We're supposed to go find the other ingredients. I think, yeah, that's whiskey and vodka, which we don't need. I don't know if that's pepper or sulfur. Somewhere else. That worked. I got the charcoal already. Anything else we need here? I mean, I couldn't find anything else before. No conveniently labeled crate that says sulfur. Oops. It's blown a fuse or whatever it uses. See what all this is. I feel like I'm not smart enough for these adventure games sometimes. Like, please don't crash. Please. Okay, it crashed. But hey. Oh, hey. Matt McGrath, I'm sorry, I missed your chat. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? And you're connected via your DOS machine? Wow, that's impressive. Like, wow, DOS 486. I didn't know they could run like Twitch in some form. Sometimes I forget to, if I don't have my Twitch chat overlay over the game enough, I forget to scroll the mouse over and check it. At the walkthrough again. The sulfur is what Lyle is huffing.
By God, my head hurts. What is it, Scrub? I guess, Scrub. Just a little, though. I'm using it.
Are you supposed to huff sulfur? Does it help with headaches? Does it make you high? I don't even know. Are we ever going to get back to Lizard Point? I miss some of those characters. And that hot babe Elizabeth, who I may be in love with and who wants to repossess my house. That's nothing personal. Sulfur is possessed by a demon. Saltpeter. Must be the pepper. Yeah, it looks like the stem of pepper on top, so. must take it. That's a good sign.
Let me taste the drink. If you made it incorrectly, Blackbeard will have your head. Yes, that's it. I'll take it up to Blackbeard right away.
Do you really think a drink will get him down here? Well, take a number. I've been waiting 3 whole days and haven't seen him. My business is damned important. Where the hell is he? Of course, maybe he knows what I'm here for, and he's scared.
Oh
Maybe
my.
I'll just go up there and...
Well,
Here I am, numbwit, standing on your brains.
oh my.
You made this bloody god-awful drink? Come on, step up, scumbag, and let me see you.
Yes, I made it. He'll buy the old family part.
Well, this is the worst drink I've had in years. This is the same crap Redjack used to make us drink. His specialty. You'd think he dipped it straight from the latrines. Oh, the memories this brings back. Rum for everyone! We'll drink to Captain Redjack. Here, you made it. You'll have to drink the rest of it. Now we have things to talk about.
Please no.
Rockfish says you have a real brethren tattoo, and he believes that story you tell. I don't know what to believe. Do you know who or what you are?
Weird reincarnation.
I'm less than pleased to meet you, Nick Dove. I've heard your name. Rockfish says that you got that tattoo in a dream. Urzuli predicted your arrival, though not exactly. She said as the time of the reunion approached, we would begin to see signs. She said that someone would arrive, marked so that we would know him. My dreams have also been troubled of late. I dreamed of justice on what must have been the night he died. They say you killed him yourself.
Oh. That must be... They took the tattoo. That's why they took his arm, to take the tattoo. And since it was missing from the scene, they just assumed we ate it.
Did you see them? Who the hell are these people that they can kill the brethren? I'll make someone pay, but it won't help. They're all dead already, except for Rockfish and me. Oh, I failed Redjack and the brethren again.
Is that guy Marquez dead? I may have mentioned it.
But don't give me that crap. I'll tell you the whole ugly story. Marquez and I were the last through the tunnels the night of the Cartagena raid. Who was Marquez, you ask? He was Redjack's right-hand man and his closest friend, and the one who could have gotten us away safely. We were running from the Spanish. He let me go first, but on his way through, he slipped and fell in the water. The current was strong, and I couldn't get to him in time. He drowned. I had to go find Redjack and tell him what happened. Redjack lost everything that night. His treasure, his best friend, and his life. I could have prevented all of it by being quicker, by being more level-headed, by saving Marquez. I've made my own kingdom here, and vowed to keep everyone in it safe from betrayal. But that doesn't change the past. When the Brethren needed me most, I let them down. And now, I've failed again.
I mean, I don't know what you could have done.
Of course I am. You think I'm a coward? We all made a vow to be there, and the praises take any man who breaks a vow.
I'm sure they would.
Now that you're here, we don't have much time to come up with a plan. The most important thing is... important... is...
Are you drunk?
Oh.
Packs a wallop. I should.
We're being attacked! You take the mine car!
The real system. No, we can't save. Where is this coming from? Used a very powerful gun. Out there if I can. to start an action sequence, so you can say it first.
But how did you get here? By God, you haunt me like a ghost. But I will see you dead, I swear it.
Well, if I see you dead first.
Not bloody likely. You're a dead man.
Well, we know what we're doing this time, and we can skip the cutscenes, so we're not that far back. Because we know where some of those assassins are going to come from. I hope we can save after we shoot our way through them, but before we duel with Bone.
By God, my head hurts. What is it, Scrub?
Lyle, stop doing that. It smells terrible, and it's probably bad for you.
I guess, Scrub. Just a little, though. I'm using it.
I must find a bunch of raw sulfur and try to inhale it and see if I can get high. But not really. I should be a bartender. That looks promising.
Let me taste the drink.
Do you really think a drink will get him down here?
What's it to you?
My valuable time being wasted is what it is to me. I've been waiting 3 whole days and haven't seen him. My business is damned important.
Maybe you won't see him now either.
Where the hell is he? Of course, maybe he knows what I'm here for, and he's scared. Maybe I'll just go up there and...
Here I am, numbwit, standing on your brains.
Oh,
You made this bloody god-awful drink? Come on, step up, scumbag, and let me see you.
Hey, we can hear some of the other dialogue options this time.
Family my arse! This is Redjack's special recipe. I'd recognize the stench anywhere. He used to make us drink this crap all the time. His specialty. You'd think he dipped it straight from the latrines. Ah, the memories this brings back. Rum for everyone! We'll drink to Captain Redjack. Here, you made it. You'll have to drink the rest of it. Now we have things to talk about. Rockfish says you have a real brethren tattoo, and he believes that story you tell. I don't know what to believe. Do you know who or what you are? There's only one man with the authority to make you a brethren. Rockfish says that you got that tattoo in a dream. Urzuli predicted your arrival, though not exactly. She said as the time of the reunion approached, we would begin to see signs. She said that someone would arrive, marked so that we would know him. My dreams have also been troubled of late. I dreamed of justice on what must have been the night he died. They say you killed him yourself.
I feel like some of these dialogue options aren't wildly different from the others.
Well, you found me. And you're saying you didn't kill him? The people who did you see them? Who the hell are these people that they can kill the brethren? I'll make someone pay, but it won't help. They're all dead already except for Rockfish and me. Oh, I failed Redjack and the brethren again. Yes, again. I'll tell you the whole ugly story.
I feel like this is going to be mostly the same.
They've all been murdered except for Rockfish and me.
So, do you think Rockfish is the traitor?
And you may rest assured that neither of us is a traitor. Now that you're here, we don't have much time to come up with a plan. The most important thing is... important is...
And this is why you don't get drunk. Nick looks so alarmed.
We're being attacked! You take the mine car!
What if Marquez survived and betrayed them to the Spanish? That might be my guess. But I'm trying to think who else it could be. I mean, it could be Blackbeard. It's hard to estimate the speed at which it moves. I swear. I think it's just the one left here. There's one more.
How did you get here? By God, you haunt me like a ghost. But I will see you dead, I swear it.
I forgive you.
Forgive this, rat suck.
Rat suck. Finally. Freaking Bone.
Bone finally got what he deserved. You finally killed that little goat bugger. Now you listen up. Blackbeard says you're going to Cartagena to get your people back.
Skulls and guts. What a mess! There was a lot of blood in that scrawny little guy. Listen, Nick. Good job on those Janissaries.
Janissaries.
They're just mercenary scumbags, but I've got a line on where they came from. I'm going there, and I'm going to beat some information out of somebody. You're gonna have to go to Cartagena. I think besides that girl, you know, you might find some answers there. Take Rockfish with you. He's a friggin' genius. We'll plan to meet at Redjack's Island in 2 weeks.
That girl I know, what?
After many uneventful days on the ocean, the walled city appeared in the distance, sitting like a marker on a grave.
48x speed was just something that happened to other games, wasn't it, Redjack? There we are. Well, my progress was a good bit slower tonight than it was the first night. But I'm still enjoying the game. I made a couple of dumb mistakes or overlooked things that couldn't be obvious. Also, not being able to see in color made that one puzzle a little more difficult, but yeah, the game makes it so that you can't get stuck for too long generally. And even when the action scenes aren't easy, they're at least reasonable. I don't know how much more the game is left. I can't think it's a super long amount, but since we're going back to the previous CD-ROMs, it is a bit longer than I thought. I'm still enjoying it though. Yeah, coming up. My plan is for this Wednesday. I'll see if I can't finish both Alien Odyssey and Soldier of Fortune, and then start a new game the following week. And then next Sunday, I believe I should finish Redjack, and then we'll start on Sam and Max Season 1. And I haven't decided what I will do for Short Horror Saturday, but I have a few ideas. If everybody could stick around while we raid somebody, I'd really appreciate it. Wow, this stream ended up being longer than I thought. Well, I mean, I guess this is about how long I thought it would be if I did play the first Sam and Max, but yeah, let's see who's online. Ah. She's got a lot of viewers. Done already. Let's raid Haggard Hessian, which I know we've raided him before, but he's a cool guy. Sometimes hangs out in chat here, and he's streaming. Oh, God of War. The original one, I'm assuming, since he has it listed as retro. It's one of those games I've really got to play, God of War. I have it for PS2. Yeah, we'll raid him. Ah, yes. Thank you guys for coming out tonight and or lurking or chatting and or helping me with the puzzles and just watching me play through Redjack, which does have plenty of funny parts and a crazy story. I am a purblind gamer. I stream a variety of games, especially retro and horror, and feel free to follow me if you haven't, and to follow my Twitter, which I started a few weeks ago and sort of use. I'll be streaming again Wednesday evening, and yeah, I hope that I'll see you all here again, and that everybody has a good night. And please do stick around for the raid and say hello to Haggard Hessian.